Okay, hello, hello. Going to be testing some Taimyo today. I see Mike, the control freak, had some success with it recently as well again. So I'm going to be testing more or less the exact list that he put out. Let's see here. Let's move this around. So yeah, pretty much the exact, if I'm not mistaken, 60. And then for the sideboard, the only difference is going to be a Sholdred and a second Toxic Deluge over the Meat Herd Massacres that he was testing. Yeah, mostly just for my own preferences. I also kind of opened a Sholdred, so I just kind of want to see how good it actually is in the sideboard. It can be a card that just more or less sits on the battlefield and grinds its way to a victory. So we'll see if it's any good. If it's terrible, I'll take it out and move some things around. I know I've been kind of, I don't want to say down on Taimyo, but it hasn't been my favorite card compared to some of the other ones, and I know some people have been super high on it. So I'd like to give it a fair chance and continue to test it. No better place to start than with something that Mike's put forward. So looking forward to giving it a test and continue to see how that goes. I'm gonna jump in here, just gonna make a couple adjustments to some audio stuff and dive right in. Oh, I guess I should probably have play a league match. Not gonna happen if I don't hit that. Okay. This is pretty crap. Mulligan. Definitely going to be keeping this, but certainly one of the reasons why I've been liking Taimyo less in my first playthrough with it. Like, unless I draw one in my first draw step, I'm going to be using some of the cards to try and like flip her as quickly as possible just to get deeper into my deck. Um, and that just feels a bit problematic. I guess I'll put the stub back. I have no idea what I'm up against, so let's see what this looks like. Island Preordain. Okay. It's like, is it wizards? It could be a lot of different stuff, I guess. And I guess there we go. Draw Taimyo, so can't be complaining about it now. Um, so I suppose I can Thoughtseize first, play out the Mishra's Bauble. I can still get my draws in next turn and flip Taimyo. Yeah. So is it Wizards? Um, Looking like Taimyo is not long for this world regardless. Counterspell. I think I'm just supposed to take the Murktide Regent. Maybe I should have bobbled. Well, no, I was going to try and flip Taimyo, so I wouldn't have bobbled now anyway. But let's take a look. Flame of Anor coming off the top. So stuck on 2 lands, I can kind of mess around with their ability to get any deeper Depending on what they continue to draw, that would be very good. Love to see that stubborn denial come back, actually. That way there I can try and play out Taimyo. Maybe they just let it resolve. Doesn't matter. All right, another Glyph's a fine draw. Another Glyph is a fine draw. I don't know if they play main deck Harbingers. I'm kind of tempted to just fetch down a swamp here. I don't think that they do, but I'm going to play around it. I can still make sure that my Taimyo flips if I hold off. That doesn't seem great. I'm just going to play them both out. Ah, no, I'm already just making bad plays. They're just going to counter this nether glyph and then bolt that. Oh, maybe they don't. Realistically, that's the smart thing to be doing. This has to be counterspell. So now I'm supposed to cycle this and hope I hit another Street Wraith. Oh no, wait, that was my third draw. Right, that was my third draw. What am I talking about? Okay. +2. Goodness. Thank you very much. The mic is super soft. That's weird. I don't understand why that's the case. Like, for me, it's basically at the very top of the spectrum of my meters here. So I really don't know what's going on there. I'll try and explore it a little bit more. Appreciate you bringing that up. I noticed that my YouTube videos after they upload also seem very quiet. Even in my testing, it ends up like before I go live, things sound good in my headphones, and then it gets onto YouTube and it just sounds terrible. So I'll have to explore what's going on there. All right, sorry. Okay, so they're gonna preordain. Oh, I guess they don't have. Okay, yeah, they need to get deeper. Snapcaster Mage. I'll try and like talk louder too. I know my voice can be a little bit low just in general, so I'll try and make sure that I'm speaking as loudly as I generally can here. Edson, yeah, I'm not very familiar with Timeless, so I can't speak much to the format, but it's a shame that Death Shadow isn't going so great. I know it's, I think, a format of pretty broken stuff, if I'm not mistaken. So, um, yeah, that seems unfortunate that Shadow maybe can't take a place there. All right, so definitely want to get rid of this Flame of Venor. I'm tempted to just downtick Taimyo and, well, no, I'm probably supposed to start with like a fetch, draw, preordain, counterspell. No, I don't want either of these things. Push is exactly what I wanted to find. And now I can thought seize. They, how does galvanic discharge work again? Target Creature Planeswalker. Okay, so we can deal 6 damage to Taimyo. Taimyo is a +2, so they can remove it. I guess no matter what, they can do that between Flame and Bolt and Galvanic Discharge. So I'll just take the Flame of Anor. And am I supposed to buy back something knowing that I'm losing this Taimyo next turn? I think I'm supposed to buy back a Preordain, but that does let them not have to use everything on Taimyo. Do you have a Nethergoyf in the yard I can get back? Is it stuttering too now? Geez, what's going on with the quality here? Sorry, guys. It's possible that it's like maybe clipping a bit. Let me just like try and adjust, but that's very unfortunate. Um, no, I think I'm supposed to force them to use all of their stuff. If they want to use basically the rest of the cards in their hands to get rid of this Taimyo, I think I'm going to have to be okay with that. And then I can buy back this Nethergoyf. And so long as I haven't drawn something else to remove it, then I feel like I can get in the driver's seat. Oh, it's Flame Creature? Why did I think it was always... Oh, wow. Appreciate the heads up. I gotta read cards more. I always assume. Oh, and they didn't use... Oh, wow, nice draw. Okay. All right. So they just have a lightning bolt. This Nethergoyf, I have to exile 4 types. So let's see here. I can get rid of a creature, sorcery, instant land, and that will leave me with sorcery, creature. Yeah, it'll be bigger than this bolt. So we will bring it back. Uh, Cameo, land, instant, and sorcery. Yeah, I definitely think there was an argument to buying back the preordained. My reason for not doing that was basically to make sure that I was feeling like I was forcing my opponent to have to waste their entire hand to remove Tameo. Where if I buy back preordained, they're only having to use either one galvanic discharge or a bolt, and then they're left with 2 galvanic discharges, which would get rid of this Nethergoyf. Like I feel like I forced them to kind of make their hand worse by putting myself in top deck mode. I mean, because they're also technically in top deck mode, right? And now at this point, I'm able to just kind of start cruising. I've got Sink into Stupor. I've got a turned on Stubborn Denial. I appreciate the question. It's nice to have some people asking questions and keeping me focused on being able to have some chats and explain my lines a little bit more. I know I haven't been doing that as much since I've been streaming over the last couple of weeks. It's also a newer format, so I'm just trying to like pay attention. Um, but I want to make sure I'm engaging with people and answering questions and being as clear around my lines as possible. Galvanic Discharge, sure, that's fine. 3 Galvanic Discharges and 15 cards, not bad. Are they just going to go for the bolt here? So in that case, I think I kind of want to sink this just back to their hand. Well, no. No, I don't. Because if they have a Murktide Regent, then things get real tricky for me. They have counterspell. Okay, so they're empty. I can put, I guess, counterspell back in their hand because that's not doing much for them. I don't need to put myself in a spot where I give them a lightning bolt and I'm at 3. You can have that back. Street Wraith. Not so great. Definitely not going to be cycling that for anything. At least not right now. All right, so they still just have counterspell in hand. Death Shadow, that's an exceptional draw, but into a counterspell, not so great. So I'm just going to force through. I mean, I guess, you know what? No, I'm just going to get this. No, no, they have to answer this Netherglyph, so I'm not going to cast it into the counterspell that I know about and then have to cycle into something that interacts with it. Not worth it. Yeah. This is definitely a matchup where I'm kind of interested to see what Shoulder does as just a one of, because they do a decent amount of drawing of cards, and if they're unable to interact with it, it's just going to win the game. Force of Negation, I feel like is probably Buster Storm first. I think they bring in Harbingers of, well, I've definitely had people bring in Harbinger of the Seas against me in this matchup, so I don't think it's right to bring it in against them. I don't think I care too much about their Murktide regions, like shutting them off entirely. Probably just want like Stern Scolding to make sure they're not getting extra value out of Snapcaster mages. And I mean, technically, it answers pretty much every creature they play, if I'm not mistaken. So I think Stern is fine. And then in that case, I don't want Dismember. I don't want probably 3 Fatal Push. I want to keep 1 if they do land like a Harbinger of the Seas or something, and I'm not ready for it. At least want to have access to something. Although I guess in that case, I'm supposed to keep Dismember and not Fatal Push. I think this is what I'm most confident going with. Like Force of Negation isn't that great here. They do all of their stuff typically at instant speed as well, so it's very rare that I'll be playing in their turn too much. Well, no, I'm gonna bring 1 in over a Bauble. Try that. Maybe I'm supposed to trim both the Street Wraith and a Bauble, and bring in all 3 negations. At the end of the day, interacting on the stack in this matchup is extremely important. Also, how's the audio? Has it gotten a little bit better? Is it a little bit louder? Really hope so. Because it was frustrating me as well when like I felt like I was uploading videos that were going to be perfectly functional, and then I would play them back, and the audio was just terrible. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Everyone having a good day. I have no idea where you guys are in terms of location, if it's the end of your day or the start of your day, but hopefully everyone's enjoying some good weather and some good fun. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty functional hand. It's got interaction for the stack, another Goyf to be able to at least push some damage through if they don't have much. Certainly not playing it out on turn 1. Oh, I guess I forgot that this list has Blood Chief's Thirst in it. Yeah, that should have come out. Um, That's a good question. I don't know if Flusterstorm is still realistically worth in the sideboards. I've had one in over the last couple of leagues, and I haven't really felt like it was that great. I also haven't run into any Storm matchups. Like I feel like Ruby Storm has probably fallen off the map a decent amount. People have just know it's there, and like Storm always has, it's just fallen off. That's true. It could hit a late game Murktide. That's very true. Um, all right, so let's see here. If they have Counterspell, I can. Yeah, I'm gonna fetch. Gonna fetch a swamp to again play around um, what they've got going on with the potential Harbinger of the Seas. So if I play out another Goyf here, they have Counterspell, I have Flusterstorm, and then I've got Street Wraith to make it a 4. Like I'm willing for them to continue to put more things. They do have Counterspell. Flusterstorm. Targets. Well, there's Flusterstorm being relevant. Um, so now I can cycle a Street Wraith to protect another Goyf that they're likely to point something at. And I definitely want them to point something at it before I cycle. Force them to use 2 things here. Unlicensed Hearse. Ooh. All right. Yep. Into a Taimyo. Okay. Got answers for that. Wouldn't hate drawing my own Taimyo. Drown in the lock. So I want to be using this drown now before they get access to whatever it is they might have. Uh, Drown this Taimyo. Don't want them exiling their own graveyard. Oh, did I do black, black? Whoops. Blue, black. Drown Taimyo. I do want to cycle now, so that way there I can grow my Goyf, get in for 2. Was not expecting unlicensed hearse, but I guess it makes sense. Not a card that I see a whole lot of since I've been playing again in Modern Horizons 3. Yep, sure. I'm a little surprised they're being that proactive with unlicensed hearse, but a bauble on the stack, crack bauble, look at, I guess myself. I mean, realistically, I'm probably cracking this fetch unless that's a really good card. Thoughtseize is a pretty good card, so I guess I'm okay taking just 1 point of damage here. Want to be able to kind of just keep them off of card advantage as much as I can. They've got 3 cards in hand. I've got 3 cards in hand. My 2 of my cards don't feel that great. I mean, yes, absolutely. Like Ponta said, being able to hit a Blood Chief's Thirst on a Murktide Regent could definitely be of very good value. They continue to hit a lot of lands, so that's fine. Plus, I want to basically, at this point, I want to be able to kind of play with this land to make sure that my Nether Goyf continues to just chip in for some damage. I think they're going to probably exile here. Yeah. So technically, I should have Thoughtseize though, so I'd be getting in for 2. That's definitely on me. Clicked through that a little too fast. Tune the narrative. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. I can just track myself. I do want to be cautious moving forward now, though. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I die to lightning bolts. Yeah. So I will Thoughtseize, as much as I don't want to give them more food for that. Hopefully the 1 point of damage doesn't end up being the thing that, well, no, they would have just eaten it anyway, right? If they want to remove this Nether Goyf, I'm perfectly fine with that. Lightning Bolt, Counterspell, Counterspell. Yeah. Yeah, they can use this Bolt on my Goyf. I really don't care. I'd rather it going on this creature than my face at this point. Another land, so they still just have Bolt Counterspell. Land for me, not that great. Yep. Yeah. Nether Goyf not being a great threat here. It's a real shame they were able to land that unlicensed hearse, but I was not giving unlicensed hearse any thought as the removal for the graveyard. Okay. Now I just need to get to a spot where I can get that last counterspell out of their hand. I love when I draw the 1-of card that I'm testing to see how it actually goes. Preordain, you can have that. They go top. Fought through 2 counterspells already, so only 1 other counterspell they can draw into. Under City Sewers, I don't mind. Another Nether Goyf into my graveyard. Oh, dang it. I was supposed to, I mean, they would have just eaten it, but I was supposed to attack there. This is another Preordain. Yep. Okay. These are good draws. So Bolt, Counterspell, top again. Okay, sure. I mean, at least they're blockers for an unlicensed hearse if they make it into a creature. I mean, yes, I can technically remove it, but well, no, I can't because it's a sorcery speed, and that -5/-5 will not end up killing it. Subtlety. Uh, yeah. So it's just Dismember for the full. Again, I just don't want to be putting myself in a situation where I know they already have at least 1 lightning bolt in hand, so no reason to be dying to 2 lightning bolts by taking 2 life for myself. Holy opponent. 1, 2, 3. 1 more Preordain left in the deck. Feeling pretty far behind now. Top again. So they've just, I mean, they haven't been getting that deep in their deck, but apparently they've been drawing a lot of stuff they like. Still a lightning bolt to counterspell in hand. Street Wraith. Man, that's a bad draw. Okay. The only time I will be cycling this Street Wraith is if it's the last resort I have to try and draw into something. I might try and just play it out whenever I can hold up more interaction. 5 mana. Lorien Revealed. Okay. Well, I'm going to counterspell this now for sure. And if they have counterspell, I've got Stub. and that allows me to get my shoulder down. And now I can still get my shoulder down into a counter spell anyway. Death Shadow, very good draw. So if I go Shadow, I've got Shadow, Shouldered, and Stub available to me. So in terms of, I want to put this Shadow out. I do feel like Shouldered probably wins me the game. Obviously, the life gain can be a little bit problematic, but going for Counterspell. Stubborn Denial. Okay, so I mean, I guess I'll swing in now at this point. Yeah, okay, no, they're just going to eat it, so not going to swing in. Oh, I could have, dang it. Should have cycled. Well, no. Discharge. All right. So, Lightning Bolt, unknown card. Or mana. Is this a Murktide region? No. Uh, well, Lorien revealed. Okay. Hmm. Lightning Bolt, two unknowns. Part of me feels like they did hit their Murktide region here. No. It says Bolt Bolt on Shadow? Okay. Well, then I'll definitely be cycling this Street Wraith. Another reason to hold it. Oops. Not how you spell sleeve. Uh, yeah, having Street Wraith in the deck and stuff like that, it's definitely definitely the feel good Shadow. I do miss some of those lines having Shadow, or excuse me, Street Wraith not in the deck for quite a while now. Force of Negation, that's a very good draw. Can't be swinging. I do not want to be dying to this unlicensed hearse, so another Goy should just hang out. And at this point, I've got double counterspell plus a Blood Chief's Thirst. Unfortunately, Blood Chief's Thirst is not instant speed, so yeah. All right. That was pretty smooth 2-0. Can't complain with that. That seems, I don't know. I think if you play tight and get relatively good cards, should be a reasonable matchup for us. Okay, so the potential to flip Taimyo here, depending on what the matchup is, but it's a Giganta deck. So I don't know if I want to just run her out there and see how it goes. I might just. This is where I don't know how to play this deck properly. Part of me feels like, excuse me, part of me feels like I'm supposed to preordain, but I guess Taimyo is just so strong if they don't have an answer to it that I'm supposed to play it out here. And then hold my Street Wraith, hold my Preordain. I've got 3 draws next turn if they don't have an answer, but they 100% do. All right. Goodbye, Taimyo. Sweet, sweet Taimyo. Oh, Slick Shot Show Off. Not really sure why they didn't just choose to cast that, right? Yeah. Now it's just susceptible to counterspell. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Seems like something you're supposed to just cast there, but I guess if you've got maybe multiples or something. Do have to shock myself. It's a little bit of the issue with the mana base when we're playing Harbinger of the Seas. There's another one? Okay, they just had another one. I mean, I still don't get that line. Like, if you had another one the entire time, you get in for 1 damage there. Jeez, man. Okay. Okie dokie. Um, oof. Well, I definitely don't want to just be dead. Do they play lightning bolts? Does anyone know? Do these like prowess decks actually play lightning bolt? Or do they just play a bunch of pump spells and stuff? I don't think I can possibly put my life total down to 3 and play a Death Shadow and kill this with a Dismember. No possible way that makes. Boy. But am I really winning the game if I don't play aggressively? Like they've got 3 cards in hand. I'm gonna go for it. This might be wrong. I don't know what their lists look like. But as long as I don't see another Slick Shock Show Off or a Bolt. Amp Tractor, sure. Oh my god, man. Are you kidding me? Well, you had Bolt the whole time? Just cast the Bolt. Just cast the Bolt. I mean, I guess I could have had Force of Negation, so whatever, but okay. Shouldered seems good but slow. Force of Negation is a must. Stern Scolding is a must. Um, Flusterstorm, probably. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's pretty safe to assume they had Bolt, but I just felt like I had to be aggressive and hope that they didn't have it. I mean, they just had nothing but gas. So I think that was going to be a loss regardless of how I played that one out. Um, Dismember's a problem. Definitely don't want to have all Thoughtseize. I might keep 2 on the play. Taimyo. Um, Probably. You're probably not wrong, Edson, but I do think there's an amount of people that are playing decks that are red that don't have Lightning Bolt. Very few. but I have seen a couple. Okay, I'm gonna keep this preordained to get a little bit deeper. I certainly don't want to be just throwing Netherglyph out to get destroyed, so I'm gonna fetch shock, preordain, hope to find a land. Come on, jeez. I guess we are on like 16 lands plus 2 duels. So maybe keeping a one lander is more difficult. Well, here we go. We will shock that in. Yes, I will play out the Netherglyph. Yeah, I don't think it's the Gruul list from the Pro Tour. This is just like mono red coming right at you. Amped Raptor. All right. Discharge. Sure. I'll Cluster Storm that. Guess I'm not supposed to yield through turn in case they have something weird. Hmm. So Thoughtseize doesn't grow my Goyf. However, I can still Thoughtseize and have Force of Negation available to me, which seems like it might be the right call because they just like suspend a Slick Shot show off. Otherwise, if they have it, Blood Moon. Okay. So yeah, I'm taking Slick Shot show off. Yeah, I'm taking Slick Shot show off. They've got a pretty good hand. I'm gonna get in for. No, I guess I'm gonna hold back. They actually have a pretty stacked hand. That's a very good hand. Um, and they drew a raptor. Okay, opponent, you got it. Hitting bobble. I mean, that's probably the worst they could do, but I guess they don't have to use energy to do it. Breach into the yard. So now they have a flying dragon rage Chandler. However, that will allow me to get a Death Shadow out here without much fear for it dying. And hopefully I'll be able to raise it. They've got a 4-turn clock with that. Plus they've got some blockers. I mean, this isn't looking favorable for me here. So I guess their hand is that. Um, yeah, I need to start attacking. Swing in for 3. Put out a shadow. Hmm. Well, at least I've got double force available to me here. They're going for Blood Moon. Uh, do I actually care about Blood Moon now? I have double force of negation. I guess the question is, counterspell going to hit a creature? Probably would. Probably would. So I want to be able to have double counterspell available to me again if I draw a blue spell. Okay, so they're getting in with everything. They have, wow, mutagenic growth. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Okay, opponent. So, wait. Oh, they're targeting the raptor? Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. I thought they were going to be targeting one of their own creatures. Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. Okay, that's fine. They are not dead. They are one shy of being dead, right? Can I get anything else into the yard that matters? No. Is it lethal? What am I missing? Oh, 12 plus 3 is 15. 12 plus 3 is 15. God damn. Keeping me honest, guys. Keeping me honest. The man himself, the control freak, has arrived. Dude, all right, well, I'm liking the list. I'm giving Taimyo another go here, as you can see. Um, I did put a shouldered in. I did not do the meat hook massacres that you had just debuted on your most recent video. Is Toxic Deluge worth it? Uh, Mike, you've been playing this list more than I have. Is there any sideboarding that you would recommend making changes to here? I mean, I figured it was probably a bit memey, but at the same time, I think your reasoning from an energy perspective and being able to gain some life isn't wrong. So, as much as it might be a bit memey, it's uh it's still cool. Okay. Dismember Bobble, you got it. Do I just like cut rates altogether and bring in the third Tamio, you think? I feel like Tamio's probably just not, I guess flying to be able to block like a slingshot show off and save some damage is the only real consideration there. I feel like you're definitely not flipping it. Um, all right, we'll run this. Oh shit. I trimmed on a Thoughtseize. Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. The long list of one mana spells was out of sight and I completely forgot about it. But you guys are 100% right. All right, well, this is unplayable. It's a more functional hand, and I definitely will not be going down to 5. Um, I'm probably fine to just put the Wraith at the bottom, save myself some life. Channeler, no bobble. Okay. So, I think I'm going to see what they have coming off the top. I am tempted to Thoughtseize them. Okay, land. I think I am going to Thoughtseize them. Just to get a sense of what's going on. Plus, it allows me to hold up both push and counterspell next turn instead of being in a weird spot where I'm like between Thoughtseize and counterspell. Okay. Um, yeah. All right. Well, six shot show off. Oh no 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 no! Turn off auto yields. Damn it! Just clicking through some stuff. You got it. Go nuts. Oh, they're only going to pump it once? All right. I'm fine with that. Look at myself here. Kind of get a bit of a scry. Sink into stupor. Do I want a third land? I guess I want that to be able to bounce something if they just go for all in or something like that. I'd rather them really go for it and have some additional ways to make a creature go away for at least the aggressive attack that they might try and play for. Ideally, I don't want to be playing it as the land, so we'll see. All right, Ace of gone. I'll take one. Raptor. That will get counterspelled. So they've got Discharge and Mutagenic Growth in hand. Discharge and Mutagenic Growth. Yeah. I'll probably just take one again from this. Yeah, from this Dragon Rage Chandler. And then if they just want to put Giganta in hand, I will Fatal Push the Channeler end step. And that's what they're going to do. I'm a little bit surprised they do that now. I will save myself the 1 point of damage. I assume they're not going to pump, and I'm not going to like play the cat and mouse game here. They didn't show me that they were going to do it last time, so so they can't get Giganta out next turn. Technically, I could Thoughtseize it away anyway. I'm gonna try and hit a land and then Thoughtseize if I need to. Force of Negation. I do want that. I want that. So I can lose 2 life either way. It's probably smarter to just put in the. Well, no, I can lose 4 life and have Preordain and Thoughtseize, which doesn't sound great. Or I can just lose 2 life off of a Thoughtseize. I think I'm supposed to just hold up Counterspell though. We'll see if the 2 life ends up coming back to punish me. Could have just put it in tapped, but okay. So definitely Thoughtseizing now though. I've got Force of Negation for the Underworld Breach. Kind of want to save these counter spells on creatures if I can, so I'm just gonna get rid of this Giganta. Swift Spear. No. Nethergoyf as a 5/6 with 2 Galvanic Discharges in hand. So I'll go for a Preordain. Stern Scolding land. Don't think I want the land. I will take the Stern Scolding though. I'll play out the Nethergoyf. I can just buy it back. So if they want to use stuff on it, that's perfectly fine by me. The escape ability on Nethergoyf is fantastic. Looks like that's what they're gonna do. Just burn a couple spells. I really don't care. Go ahead. Oh, oh yeah, right. Always forget that they can choose not to and then build it up and then do it again. Okay, so two mutagenic growths and an underworld breach is what they have in hand right now. Looks like they're going for the breach, so I'm just going to pitch here. Sink into stupor. All right, so just think about this. I can buy back the Nethergoyf, but I'm going shields down for a turn. So if they do hit, basically slingshot show off, I'm dead. Or slick shot show off, right? Yeah. They've only seen one of them, so there's three left in their deck. I guess I could bolt myself, but that doesn't sound good. I think I'm supposed to. Man, this is tough. I can put in a tapped sink into stupor, backside of sink into stupor, hold a turn, and then have Nethergoyf plus Stern Scolding. But I kind of feel like this sink into stupor might be worthwhile as a sink into stupor, not a land. Does anyone have opinions? Anyone? Goyf right now? Goyf is a 5/6, but I'm gonna have to get rid of instant sorcery, land. I don't think I have another creature, so I have to get rid of the artifact. So it's gonna shrink one down to a 4/5. I basically just have to ask myself, how willing am I to die to a top decked, well, presumably top decked slick shot show off? I mean, technically I can bolt myself, but then I'm just putting myself dead to bolt itself, and they've got four of those presumably in the deck. So let's go with this creature. Oh wait, I've got two baubles. All right, no, it's staying a 5/6. Or no, right. It itself is a creature in the yard, so it does shrink itself. All right, looks like we faded it. Undercity. I guess if I can put a creature in the yard, that speeds up clock a bit. So at this point, I just want to basically avoid bolts, and I feel like I should be pretty good. Okay, keep the lands coming. Slick shot, show off. No, thank you. Got there. Wow. All right, 2-0. GG indeed. Yeah, good call there, Ian. I think it was the right, clearly was the right play to just try and fade the draw and hope that they don't top deck something insane. Plus, there was a little bit less of an odd given that we already knew one was out of the deck. Yeah, this is a keep on the play for sure, no question. So bobble them, see what's coming out the top, make a decision with the Thoughtseize. Oh, I guess they've got a companion, Gigantha again. Mulligan to 5. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Ian. Appreciate the conversation and the help. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. Bolt. Okay, so probably prowess again. Oh no, we've got energy. Okay, didn't know that they were a Giganta deck. Uh, so I probably care less about this Ocelot Pride, right? Guide of Souls is what sucks the most. And then next turn, realistically, I'm probably going Thoughtseize Preordain. I mean, I can just hold up Counterspell, but I need to get a little bit deeper into the deck and either find a threat or some way to get this Ocelot Pride off. I can get this Amped Raptor out of their hand. Well, there we go. That solves that problem. So Thoughtseize, Amped Raptor. I could get a swamp here, but I've only got 2 lands, so no, I'm not going to do that. I guess if they have like a dashed Ragavan or something like that. They play Ephemerate. Like I've seen one of these lists play Ephemerate. I'm just gonna push this now. I don't know if they do, but I'm gonna play around it. Aether Hub. Raptor. Nope. Unstable Amulet. Good draw for them. Okay. Nether Goyf, Street Wraith. So Street Wraith to the bottom. No question about that. Probably want this Goyf. Probably just play it out and put Sink into Stupor tapped. Because I do not want to get into a spot where I'm just accidentally dying. This oh, and then they hit a lightning bolt. Yeah. Yep, that was the right call. They've got bolt available to them, which they don't appear to want to do, at least not at the moment. Urdane. Don't need another land. I will take the Drownal Lock. Swing for 4. 5-turn clock at 10. They've got a decent amount of damage. I mean, at least can stop some of it. I'm not gonna say the F word or the P word, I guess. Is it flage? I guess I said it. Flage is PH, isn't it? Have I cursed myself? Yeah, there's flage. Yeah, that's fine. Excuse me. So if they hit land here, they can escape flage, which I'll just counter. Although I feel like I'm, yeah, no, I'll counter it. Shock themselves. So technically, I'm dead to bolt, bolt plus the trigger off of the amulet here. Street Wraith. Did I not put that on the bottom? My last preordain? Just didn't listen. So I guess I'm just dead, right? Nothing I can really do about this. I counter this, they bolt me again, they've got Flage back up. Yeah. Oh, okay. What were they playing around? Did they forget they have Flage in their graveyard? I can't believe I might get away with this game. Another great draw. Oh, I cannot believe this. I mean, they might still have an out here, but okay, energy, yeah. Now they go for Flage. Oh, they didn't have the energy to create the other mana they needed. Oh, okay. Right, right, right. Go back to the graveyard. Flage. All right, that makes way more sense. I was gonna say there's no way my opponent missed that hard. So a Soul Guide Lantern, no question about that. I think I want to try Shoulder it again here. One Toxic Deluge. Maybe Harbinger of the Seas. Probably not that great against them. I'm glad you're getting some good enjoyment out of this, Edson. That's what I'm here for, you know? If people weren't at least getting some enjoyment out of this content, I don't think I'd be doing it. I'd be finding other stuff to do with my time. But I'm happy to bring this to some people that enjoy the deck, and want to see some matches with it. Plus, it helps me get better. Um, on Horizons 3 has really changed the format, and I haven't gotten a chance to play as much. So getting to mess around with some different builds of Dimir Shadow and kind of piggyback off of what the Control Freak's been doing. Um, really appreciate what Mike's been doing to just deliver a lot of content and give people some interesting insight into what's going on with the format. Yeah, yeah. Technically, tonight is one of the modern nights at the store that I go to locally, and I decided to do this instead. It's also like pissing rain, so there is that, but at the same time, all right. So let me get rid of Dismember. Am I supposed to just dump Taimyo? That's the thing. Sideboarding with this deck, I'm not as comfortable with, like at all. Probably take a, yeah, probably just trim on Street Race. Oh, whoops. Probably. I don't know. This is probably not that great. I don't think you'll gain much from watching me sideboard with this deck. At least not yet, till I get more comfortable with it. Unplayable hand. All right. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. I think I'm going to put back a Marsh Flats. Hope to find a third land, keep this Toxic Deluge. Okay. Gonna hold up push, and then next turn, realistically, probably. Yeah, probably just hold up John the Lock, depending on what my opponent's doing. We'll see. Amp Raptor. A Johnny, maybe? Amp Raptor. Sure. Discharge. All right. It's a good whiff. So I will fetch and shock. I will push this little raptor into the graveyard. I find like a preordain. So 3 mana. They have Flage. I can't protect my Nethergoyf. I can just hold up Drown and Lock for 1 turn. Hope I can find a land off the top here. And that way there I can kind of get going. I do not want to be throwing this Nethergoyf out into just, a Flage trigger. Obviously, if they have Flage, I'm just going to let it resolve, and it's a waste of a turn, but I'm not going to use resources on it. Amped Raptor here. I am going to counterspell this. I will fetch and shock, given that I have a Death Shadow in hand. Still want to be somewhat cognizant of my life total. Thoughtseize. All right, so I can Thoughtseize, see if I can run out another Goy for hold up Fatal Push. But Johnny. Well, Johnny has to go. And I think I'm fine to. Do I want to just let them have this Nethergoyf with that static prison? I guess not. I'll hold up Fatal Push. They have Aether Hub, Lightning Bolt, Static Prison. There goes the Aether Hub. Blade. Oh, okay. It's a good draw. Push this. Don't want them getting a bunch of tokens. Okay, so I will fetch and shock. Um, that's definitely a line that 100% you're right. I think could have been very valid, and maybe I should have done that, given that I did have Toxic Deluge, or I do have Toxic Deluge in my hand. Um, However, they do have to waste energy to continue to keep one of these two creatures off the board. Like, yeah, they can obviously generate it a decent amount, but essentially I will be getting one of these creatures back over 3 turns if they just continue to not do much. And Ajani does have the potential to provide some interesting value depending on what they hit off the top. Like they can bolt their cat to flip the Ajani, right? So while I was like, if I was trying to, oh, they ditch the bolt. Okay, and then they take the shadow. So yeah, I guess the biggest reason why not taking that line makes the most sense is Raptor. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Is the fact that they can bolt their cat in response and they still get the Ajani flip. Unlicensed hearse. Wow. Okay. Okay, opponent. Nice little RNG here. So I think I'm just supposed to swing for 3. Yeah. Swing for 2, hold up Drown the Lock as a counter spell. They're gonna get to flip this Fable, and then I could use Toxic Deluge to hopefully wipe away their board, especially if they play something else out here. They continue to have to pay mana to keep that Static Prison in play. Another Fable, so yeah, going to be counterspelling that Fable. That's too much value. They have 1 card in hand. Toxic Deluge here, no cards in hand. Toxic Deluge allows me to wipe away their board and keep my Nethergoyf around because they can't take the lands in the instance, at least enough of them to shrink it. So that's great. I am supposed to attack into this first to get 2 points of damage in. Yeah, that's fine. Nazis could not have been a worse top deck, but whatever. So Deluge for 2. So as long as they don't hit a creature, and I really make sure I don't die to this, but there's not much I can do about that at this point. It's just kind of hoping my top decks are good. I didn't see what they did. Did they top it? Yeah, they topped it. So they like whatever's on the top of their deck. I mean, they can't kill me this turn if they did hit a creature. Oh, they disconnected, so I guess we'll have to wait for them to come back. They have joined the game. They put in their hacks. Just gonna rip sick top decks from here. Upgraded to MTGO Plus Premium. Okay, come on. Yeah, unlicensed hearse is it's something else. There's no question about it. It's annoying, especially when you've got another Goyf on the battlefield. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to be getting this. That's crazy. I mean, I think it's not that crazy. They Thoughtseize will be able to get Gigantha if they put it in hand, which they're going to. Okay. So counterspell up top here is the best thing I can draw. That's not a counterspell. I do have to Thoughtseize Gigantha, otherwise I'm just dead. Two turns, I am getting Death Shadow back. Oh, make that 3 turns to get a little energy. So going to fetch an Undercity Sewers here. Hopefully be able to get something okay onto the top of my deck. We'll see. A Preordain would be a really good draw. Yeah, I don't really know what my opponent was doing with that last play. I'm not going to complain about it from my end, but I don't necessarily know what they were seeing. Maybe they just misplayed. Please, opponent, F6. There's nothing else we can do other than use your unlicensed hearse right now. Lost connectivity to the game. Must be having a rough go with their internet. I I don't know. We'll just wait and see what ends up happening. They've joined the game again. Re-enabling MTGO Premium. Okay, there we go. Exiling some stuff from my graveyard. Soul Guide Lantern. I do, well, no. Because I can't exile their yard and draw a card, right? No. So just putting this into my own. Is there anything I actually care about in the graveyard? I guess that's the one thing. No. So graveyard it goes. Preordain, beautiful. Now we're talking. Bottom, bottom. Nethergoyf, not so good, but at least they can't completely shrink it. Got to fade Bolt. I mean, they've got a lot of good draws. They've got a lot of good draws here. Another land is not one of them. However, it does let them. Oh, and there was another land on top. My goodness. Reverse MTGO premium is what they were putting in. Uh, okay. Yep. I swing for 2. Although it's possible I'm not supposed to. They should be getting Dash Shadow back shortly, and I realistically need this Nethergoyf as a blocker if they hit a creature here. Blood Moon. Okay, that's fine. Bauble. What are you drawing? That will determine if I swing or not. Land. Wow, my opponent has gotten very unlucky. That should wrap up the game. Because I will be getting Death Shadow back in their upkeep, and they're just going to have a land. That's brutal. And I hit the swamp. Wow. Nice. Trio. I mean, not much to say about that one. That didn't feel like a 2-0 win there. Feels like my opponent mostly just got pretty unlucky. That is exactly what they deserve for playing Boros. Those energy-loving freaks. The deck has felt good. The second time around, I can see why you like the list and you've had success with it. It feels a lot better than the first time I played it. Obviously, still some sideboarding stuff I need to figure out. I'll probably pretty much exclusively defer to you as you continue to have success with it there, Mike. Because yeah, this is a little bit outside of the scope of what I'd been comfortable with previously in Dimir Shadow builds. But I've been playing, you know, I took Frog out, and then I built something that was with Nethergoyf and um, Architects of Will. I think I had posted somewhere in one of the discords. I like it, but it's still kind of hit and miss. And Architects of Will maybe is a bit too cheeky. Might just be better to do Street Wraith Bauble, and then at that point, if you're doing Street Wraith Bauble, you're supposed to have Taimyo. So, excuse me. So realistically, it might as well just be in this list, you know. Um, on the draw, 2 Street Wraiths, Preordain. I mean, if I hit Tamio, I'm laughing. Oh, boo, boo! It's Tron, Eldrazi Tron. Boo. Thanks for hanging out, Edson. Hopefully, see you again sometime. Very much appreciate you coming in and making the content engaging. Appreciate just having the opportunity to talk to someone. Um, Map. Yep, that's fine. Just to be clear, the only thing I'm even considering is cycling street wraiths to find Force of Negation, as it's a one of in the list. All right, so maybe I was supposed to. No, definitely not supposed to get stubbed there. It's a lot of street wraiths, man. It's a lot of street wraiths. Taimyo. That's not Taimyo. Just gonna hold up counterspell. There's no reason to be do anything too crazy now that I've drawn that. Expedition map, fine. It's like a temple, or is it a Tron land? Power plant, okay. Oh, that's because they already have the temple. All right. We don't play consider. We don't play anything at instant. We don't bowmasters. So yeah, there's no reason to be cycling these street rates now. It's not going to do me any good. Death Shadow. Okay. Fetch and shock. Try and get a land out of the deck here. Cycle. Cycle. Cycle one more time. I want to be finding a Thoughtseize or a second shadow. So I'm just supposed to hold up counterspell. They have mostly creatures. I guess if they have like Kozilek's command or something like that, I can stub that and then hopefully stub whatever's next. It looks like that's what they do have here. That's been a significant upgrade for Etron decks. It's actually extremely annoying. So 5 mana right now. They've got a sixth coming down if they play the land they went and found, which they do. So it's looking like Death Shadow, hold up. Ooh. Okay. So if I Thoughtseize, I swing for 8, they're at 12. I've removed something from their hand, and I have Counterspell. Or I just have Death Shadow win next turn. But if they have something crazy, what do they have? The Devour is here, so I don't know any of the cards in their hand. I can answer an All is Dust. It's basically just if they have another Devour in hand to be able to exile this Death Shadow. Kind of want the second one, so I think I'm just supposed to play second Death Shadow, win next turn. Or do I Thoughtseize, hold up Stubborn Denial? All of my creatures will be bigger than whatever they put on the battlefield anyway. Dust, dust, dismember. Goodbye, dismember. Okay. Three consigned to memories just feels extremely necessary in this current meta. There's a lot of this deck and that other version that Spike built that people love. Um, Harbinger of the Seas, obviously pretty damn good. I feel like Force of Negation is probably good enough. in this particular build, just so I can stop, a turn one, or no, I guess they won't have turn one Trinisphere, they'll be on the play. But still potentially turn one Chalice of the Void or something like that. So 7 cuts. Dismember seems useless. Fatal Push is definitely useless. And then like a Wraith and a Bauble probably, just trim. That seems good. Boy, this is not good. This is not good. This is better. Would really like a black producing land, but we're gonna keep it. I think I'm supposed to put Death Shadow back and then just hope to draw into another one. Ooh, do they have turn one Chalice? No. It's gonna feel real good about that Force of Negation if they did. Okay, that's an exceptional draw. Now that shadow could be anywhere, no longer at the bottom. Karn the Great Creator, goodbye. Interesting keep. Oh, that was actually their power plant. So they have a tower in hand, a labyrinth, and an unknown card. I could have fetched out the swamp just because I did bring Harbinger of the Seas in here. And maybe I was supposed to do that. I don't want to give you access to colored mana. So I think I'm just going to consign this. Well, there's the swamp. Perfect. Okay, so I mean, Harbinger of the Seas would be a fantastic draw. They do have dismembers, so that's one thing to consider here. But there goes the Labyrinth. 2 unknown cards in hand, not playing any out. And they have access to 5 mana. Force of Negation, won't complain about that. Another Labyrinth, okay. I'll go fetch up an Undercity Sewers in their end step. Respond to whatever it is they try and do. Hopefully, well, realistically, yeah, I'll be able to counter anything because of Consigned to Memory. Drown the Lock, that's not super great here, so that goes into the graveyard. I just need a threat. Mishra's Bauble. So in case I draw like Taimyo Street Wraith or something, I'm supposed to bauble in their upkeep because I just have answers to generally whatever it is that they try and do here. What they just put into their hands? The Devourer, right? Yeah. Or is that what it was? No. What the hell was that? I wasn't paying attention. Talisman. Okay. So I can force the well, I guess they have green mana now. Don't know if I care about the talisman as much. But how many other Force of Negations am I gonna have? You know, might as well cast it. Simply because I have this consigned to memory. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten that. Hmm. So I'm gonna bolt one of these in. Do you feel like I need a little bit more access to mana? And if I draw a Death Shadow, I want to be able to get it out. So they've got 7 mana, 3 cards, and they're not doing anything. All right, this is getting a bit extreme. I will shock one more time just for Death Shadow purposes. From here on out, though, I don't know if I will. I've got like Sink into Stupor. I can bolt in if I need to. But they do have some bigger creatures where if they kind of put a couple on back to back can get problematic. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna bolt myself or shock myself. Karn the Great Creator. That is going to be Force of Negation. Do they have a second one? Probably would have been smart to hold that for like double spell. There we go. Bottom, top. We will continue to hit counter spells. I'm more than happy with that, being at a card advantage of 2. Devour. We will just hard counter spell. Want this consigned to memory to hit like ideally a trigger or something like that if I can. So I want to hold it as much as I possibly can. There's the Death Shadow. Want to keep the Sink into Stupor to just throw something back into their hand, but if it gets to the point where I can shock it in or bolt it in, I will definitely be doing that if it makes sense. Right now they're on a 5-turn clock. Oh, they just have Dismember here? Hmm. Okay, well, I'm gonna force that. Saga, that's good for them. It's another Devourer, all is dust. So I think I'm fine to put this back into their hand. Because they played that Saga. So I think I'm just gonna put that back into their hand and have consigned to memory for next turn. Just kind of force them to have it. If I draw Thoughtseize, it's not like a super dead draw. Grows my shadow while also, of course, getting rid of that and letting my consign stay around for something else. Okay, okay. Um, well, still generally feeling good about this. seem to be drawing a lot of lands. Sign to memory. All right. They're gonna create one now. Oh no, opponent. Why? Why would you do that? Think I just hold Taimyo because if they hit like an all is dust, I need to rebuild, and Taimyo's the only hope of doing that. Making a construct. Underworld Cookbook. Well, I guess they're not dead. Oh my god. Can you just cast it at instant speed too? Wow, that's cool. Okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. Oh, you gotta be joking. Sick. Nice opponent. Very nice. I don't think there's a way for me to get out of this. Wow, 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 wow. All right, all right. That was cool. That was cool. I'll give him that. I don't think any changes are necessary. Good with that. Oof. Uh, this could be anything. I both do and don't miss playing Bobble and Street Wraith. I don't think I can keep this, but we are also only a 16 land deck. So there's only 12 other lands in the deck. I'm going to get one out with the Polluted Delta. I'll have a Scry. I'm going to keep it. If it burns me, it burns me. But this is kind of just one of those hands that you kind of figure it out. And yeah, perfect. Goodbye. So I'll save one of these baubles for them. Expedition map coming off the top. Okay, counterspell, not bad. There's your map. Yes, goodbye. Of course, when I say I don't anticipate hitting other lands, the deck always just finds a way to feed me lands, even though it's one of the more unlikely things it can do. Talisman. While I have the opportunity, I will be stubbing that and then fetching out a Undercity Sewers here, as much as I want to be able to get this. Like, I don't want a 1/1 shadow. It's super susceptible to dismember. I don't really want to have to use a counterspell to protect a Death Shadow. Great, another land gone. Of course. All right. Opponent will have Tron this turn unless they just nattied it. And they did, of course. Why not? Karn the Great Creator. Another Goyf. Go. Don't see I'm supposed to be winning this one. Maybe it was probably just right to throw that back, given how it could just be pretty much anything. And Death Shadow wasn't really going to be much of a threat unless I drew like multiple Thought Seizes. They get Urza Saga. Seven mana. Exile the Goyf. Yep. Well, I'm very glad I was able to get that out of their hand now. So I go Shadow, Shadow. They probably just don't swing. So I think I'm supposed to not play the second Shadow. Let them swing in for 6 if they want to. Then I can play this other Shadow out and have at least a board presence here. But of course, they can do a whole boatload of dumb stuff. It also plays around all this dust, which I mean might be what's happening here. Yep. So that's great. Kind of feel like Dress Down might be worth bringing back into the list. I've seen a lot of Urza Saga decks, and being able to just eliminate their constructs is something that is extremely important. Do they have like Basilisk Color or something like that? That would suck. No, just Cookbook. Into Karn. Yeah, I can't let that resolve. As much as I want to use this to get rid of one of their constructs. Don't know why they don't swing there. I'm just dead in 2 turns. So I just have to hard cast this and use it as a blocker. Yep. All this dust. Come on, dude. All right, well, there goes the 5-0. Another Goyf coming off the top. Yeah, that feels like it's probably just a bad keep. Probably just a bad keep. I'm supposed to find like a Thoughtseize counterspell type of hand. I don't know. Kind of felt like I was able to try and hopefully get there off of baubles and fetching. I don't know. Tell me I'm an idiot in the comments. Tell me I'm an idiot in the comments. I'm not really sure. That sucks, but whatever. I also might go back to having Break the Ice in the sideboard instead of Harbingers. I don't really love having to, have a swamp in the list, especially when you've got like counter spells and other stuff that it kind of fights with. Like it's, yeah, disruptive around their mana base, but they play dismembers, they can get out of it. If I'm able to overload break the ice there, that's a much better situation. Now, obviously, they had built out a pretty significant board state, but maybe it's just supposed to be dressed down instead. This will be a keep on the draw. Please don't be Nadu. Um, so I'm gonna scry myself here, get a sense of if I want to fetch or just shock in a watery grave. Definitely want to be fetching. Wow, a lot of this deck floating around. Um, Guess I'm just supposed to take Counterspell, right? If I take Counterspell, they still have Force. I have another Thoughtseize. If they want to force that, then they're just basically left with what I assume is going to be Murktide and whatever they draw here. And then I've got Counterspell for that. Yeah, I'd rather take Counterspell. And if they want to fight over the next Counterspell, I mean, unless of course they draw Counterspell here, then that kind of sucks. But I kind of want to try and get them in a spot where they feel like pitching the Force is something they want to do to get a Murktide down. Taimyo. Okay, wonderful. So now I get to go Thoughtseize push Taimyo. Just gonna shock in a watery grave. Oh, they pitch Murktide. Okay, so they want to flip this Taimyo? Yeah, that's even better. I will happily take that. You just want to draw two off of Flame and Ore. No problemo. Good draw. So last card in hand is Flame of Anor. Going to go fetch out Island here. I do want to not get into a spot where my life total becomes too problematic. And they're not pressing any crazy threats, but if they do get a Murktide Regent down, I'm going to have a very short time to have an answer, or I'm just dead on the spot. Taimyo of my own. I think I'm more than happy to take a Taimyo of my own for next turn, given that I've got double counterspell. Yeah, so like here, they either go for the Flame of Anor end step and try to get rid of my Taimyo and draw 2 cards. Then they don't get to flip their own Taimyo. That's looking okay. Now they're just going to draw. And then they're going to go for Flame of Anor this turn to flip their Taimyo. Or not. Preordain. Yep. Another good draw for them. Top. So, guess I'm supposed to put this back in their hand. So they don't get value off of it. One, two, three. Turn Taimyo. They have counterspell. Wow. Okay. Okay. Attack you. Probably want to preordain as much as I want to have access to like double counterspell. If I find a land, I'll still have it. Sees land. So if I can flip my Taimyo, have access to counterspell. If I just put something into their graveyard, they can buy it back, but it does give me the race. If I bottom Thoughtseize, top Misty Rainforest, play lands, fetch. Not super great that I'm fetching and shocking, I guess. Cycle. Have my own Taimyo. Plus, say go. Plus Taimyo. Preordain. Taimyo. Man, we got a lot of Taimyo action going on here. Um, Probably just bottom that. Top Thoughtseize. Hold up double counter spell. All right, so I've got Shadow, Taimyo. Thoughtseize you. Hopefully get a Shadow out. Invert polarity. No. Snapcaster Mage or something? What the heck is this? Another invert polarity? Oh, Flame of North. Okay. Uh, yeah, that resolves. Preordain. So I put out a Shadow and hope they don't hit a bunch of bolts when they ultimate this Taimyo. But this game kind of just feels like it was whoever won the dice roll. I mean, if they manage to lose with an alted Taimyo, I'm going to be pretty impressed. -3 sink their Taimyo. Yeah, maybe that is probably the better play there. Because then I'm still able to get ahead. I have a Taimyo on board. Discharge my Taimyo. Yeah. Wow. And I had a Stubborn Denial coming off the top. Um, so seeing as I am not going to be winning the Taimyo race, let's take a Fatal Push. Hopefully get this Taimyo out of here and somehow manage to win over 2 turns. I don't understand how my opponent has 18 cards in hand and I'm able to just be doing this, but I guess maybe they have like double Snapcaster here or something. Yeah. Only one Snapcaster. Okay. Like lightning bolt with a bunch of counter spells. What do we have going on here? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I was supposed to -3, grab the sink, bounce their Taimyo, and then have the Taimyo race really in my favor. Completely missed that line. I'm gonna keep the Blood Chief's Thirst in case they do get a Taimyo flipped. Chances are I'm not gonna be, well, no, it's still a 1 mana Planeswalker, right? When it's flipped over on the other side, so it's just 1 mana to remove it. Taimyo Netherglyph. Right. Play the Glyph. Then play out the Bobble. Bobble realistically in their upkeep might be able to flip the Taimyo, depending on what I draw. They're drawing Island. They go for like Discharge or something here, that's fine. Bolt. I can buy it back. Hmm, less than ideal. We'll look to get an Undercity Sewers unless my opponent goes for something that I can counterspell. Street Wraith, I will keep on top with my Tamiyo. And I will go for a Marsh Flats, continue to just kind of sit. I don't want to throw my Tamiyo out just to get absolutely wrecked. My opponent's having to use an Otawara here, so part of me feels like counterspell probably that they don't have another land if they're using a utility land to play something out here. Snare. Okay, sure. They might have Blood Moon, but I feel like I kind of have to go get a Watery Grave. Force of Negation. Could have used you earlier. Cycle Street Wraith. Taimyo, sure. Galvanic Discharge. To counter that, I've got Force of Negation, Pitch Taimyo, which probably isn't the best, but depending on what they're going for, might be what I do to keep Taimyo around. This match really. Oof. Okay, well, I'm just gonna play my other Taimyo out next turn. Thoughtseize. You have Counterspell. Yes, you do. Going to actually escape Netherglyph. So, sorcery, creature, land, instant. Keeps it the same size. So 4/5. Flame of Anor. I think I'm definitely pitching Force of Negation. Yeah, no question. What do you have? You can't possibly have an answer to this. Okay, well, here's to hoping my opponent doesn't have much going on. I feel like they might have a Force of Negation in their hand or something like that. We'll see. But what's up? Thanks for stopping by. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. All right, so they don't double draw off the clues. Okay. Interesting. Snapcaster Mage. Yep. Just, whoa. What? Really? You're gonna get rid of the thing that I can bring back from the graveyard. That seems nuts. What does that mean is in your hand? Do you just have another bolt, another Snapcaster? So sorcery or instant creature, land, artifact, done. Taimyo, go. Okay, so they're going flip, draw, flip. Yep, draw, flip. Plus, so go attack Taimyo, attack you, attack you. Draw off of this clue. Damn it. Okay. Preordain. I get to have that? Probably not. Counterspell, sure. Swing at Taimyo, swing at you, swing at you. Two blue. This is just Snapcaster Mage. No, thank you. Do you have Force? Force, Pitch, Subtlety. Draw off my clue. Damn. What are you blocking here? Yeah, okay. Shadow this time. Good call. And unfortunately, I just finished drawing my land, so that sucks. A whole lot of butt. Tune the narrative. Okay. Bolt Taimyo. Yep. Draw card. Not gonna crack this fetch in case I draw Death Shadow. Another Goyf. Okay. So if I go Goyf at you, you're down to 7. And then Goyf again, down to 1 next turn. You can buy back a discharge and get rid of 1, which I'm fine with. I mean, I can just do something. I basically just don't want you hitting Murktide, I think. Like Snapcaster, also kind of annoying. Taimyo plus Flame of Anor would be annoying. They plus Taimyo. just have a flame. Oh, they have Blood Moon. Okay. Swamp. Glad I did not yield through turn there. Blood Chief's Thirst. So that just kills their Taimyo. Wonderful. Now I freely swing. And they are at 1. Opponent is going to need a hell of a turn here. There's no way I'm supposed to be bringing in Harbinger of Disease against them. Like, the chances that they're tapped out and I'm able to land that just seem impossible. Yeah, Blood Chiefs definitely like that. That's some Mike Spice right there. Certainly like that as a 5th removal spell over Double Dismember. I guess, sorry, 6th removal spell, but a little bit more versatile. I don't think I'm supposed to change anything. I'm just running this back. Excuse me. I mean, this has interaction. Maybe I get stuck on one land, which would suck, but turn 1 Thoughtseize, Street Wraith, Drown in the Locks. Like, as long as I find my second land, I'm feeling pretty okay here. Still feel like I need to lead on Thoughtseize. It's just too good of an opener not to. So, Counterspell, Flame, Subtlety. Nothing else going on. So, I'm going to take Counterspell here because I want this preordained resolving. Oh, whoops. I've got a Flame of Anor in hand. Let's not forget that. Okay, well. I will shock this in. I will probably just preordain here. Their graveyard's pretty small. Uh, Bottom, top. I can put out this Nethergoyf, and if they want to throw a bolt at it, I can Street Wraith cycle. And it survives, unless, of course, they have drawn exactly Counterspell. They have not. And that is what they're going to do, so cycle. Oh, Taimyo. Oh, how I would have loved to have had you, but I guess at the same time you would have just got bolted, so better that you show up now. They stuck on, nope, okay. Not stuck on land, so are they gonna go for a flame here? They are. Oh, baby. I think I'm supposed to ditch one of these drowns. Taimyo is just too valuable. And now I get to hold up both. Wonderful. Taimyo, go. Thoughtseize. So I want to attack first. They're gonna do dumb stuff. I'd rather they like get things out of their hand. I also don't want to get too carried away and just have like double bolts. Like I'm in pretty strong control of this game right now. Of galvanic discharge. Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with that. My opponent has subtlety now available to them. I can Thoughtseize, drown it as they put it on the stack, take whatever their last card is, as long as it's not a land. Oh, okay. Flame of Anor. So now I grab their subtlety. Basically, they need either Bolt or like Murktide or something off the top. Flusterstorm is a very good draw here. Can swing for 4, play the Death Shadow, hold up Force or Flusterstorm. Well, Force pitch Flusterstorm or Flusterstorm. And we got there. All right, that's a 4-1. That is a 4-1. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I am happy with that. Let's open some of these chests while we're here. 25 points. Not great. Court of Calling. What the heck is this thing? The Static Coffin. 35 points. I will take play points all day. Register for bigger events. The cards are all pretty shit though. Come on. Man, I used to absolutely love this card when I first got into Magic. I thought it was so cool. I thought it was so cool. Assassin's Creed. All right. I don't know. That felt pretty good. I actually really liked that list. Uh, Taimyo is certainly a threat. Might just run it back here while I've got a bit more time. Just gonna grab a little bite. So I will be back in probably 3 or 4 minutes here. Gonna make myself a little food, a little drink, and be right back. ERB in 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Probably going on and off of mute here for a little bit as I have a little food for myself, but um, gonna run it back just with a small change, taking out the Harbinger of the Tides or Harbinger of the Seas. I just don't feel like it's that effective. Obviously, there's some places that you can really get someone, but I haven't been super impressed with it playing it, and it kind of messed up the mana base a little bit. Obviously, having access to the swamp in that last match, being able to get around a blood moon was kind of nice, even though it didn't end up mattering. Um, so yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to just two islands and bring in two dress downs because I've been seeing a lot of Urza sagas that get pretty annoying. I've died to some constructs. Um, so we'll run that back with those slight changes. Everything else felt pretty good, pretty decent 4-1. Um, yeah, definitely keep here. Gonna lead on with Thoughtseize. Hopefully find a second land off of a draw without having to go deeper with Preordain. If I do have to go deeper with Preordain, then I can still hopefully get a shadow out if I find the second land. So all things considered, pretty good opener on the play. What the heck? Psychic Frog, Solitude. All right, so it's some type of like reanimator list. I guess I just want to take the frog. Don't want to give them a discard outlet. Perfect. So unless they drew exactly white card, we will top both of these. Um, top both of these. Cycle, play Shadow. And if they want to pitch a Solitude to it, then I'm just going to have a decently sized Nethergoyf going and Counterspell John to lock back up. Of course, if they like flip something crazy into the graveyard, and then but they don't, so it doesn't matter. Um, but I was going to say, if they flip something crazy into the graveyard and then they're able to reanimate it, that's obviously a problem. Oh, okay, they just have Prismatic Ending. That's a card you don't see much of these days. One unknown card in hand. I mean, honestly, of course, I would have liked to have kept that Death Shadow around, but not losing the ability to bring back another Goyf is also fantastic. Gonna scry myself here. Another shadow coming off the top, so I do want to keep that around. At this point, I just kind of feel like I want to get the threats through, make sure I do not have this Solitude resolve. Two unknown cards in hand now. Another Nethergoyf. So play out the other Nethergoyf. Tainted Indulgence. Okay. They put Defiler into the graveyard. Grief. I will fetch shock, counterspell. I don't want access to drown the lock if they resolve something. My drown the lock is going to be able to hit this solitude anyway. All right, so at this point, I'm just trying to fate, well, probably a reanimation spell or solitude pitch. Philology archaeologist. Yep, can have that. They find an ephemerate, which they decide to take. So do they have solitude pitch some white card, try to ephemerate? I mean, I've got that line covered. Solitude. So your last card in hand is ephemerate. Cool. Soul Guide Lantern. Probably want a Flusterstorm. Probably want Force of Negation. And definitely want Stern Scolding. What don't I want? Taimyo doesn't really feel like a way to win this match. So I think I'm dropping all three Taimyo, trimming on Bobble, Street Wraith. Bobble, Street Wraith. I just want to keep a balance for Nethergoyf. I want this dismember in case they do go for like scammed grief or something like that. I want to have access to a 1 mana spell to be able to answer it. And we'll see how that goes. Definitely no world where this is a keepable hand. This I will keep. I will probably put the Drown the Lock back. All right. So they're not scamming a grief, which is great. Now I have an answer to grief. I have an answer to solitude. Prismatic Ending into the yard. Psychic Frog. I will Stern Scolding that, as that is a discard outlet. Sink into stupor. We just shock that in. And I think I'm fine to get another Goyf out here. Hold up, force pitch counterspell if it's really necessary. Like if it's the Teferi or something. No. Prismatic ending, that's why they put the other one into the yard. Sure, that resolves. They put Celestial Purge into their hand. Definitely fine to Soul Guide Lantern here. Again, just hold up pitched. Pitched Force of Negation. It's not ideal, but I don't want to get to a spot where they do some weird stuff and I didn't have the graveyard covered. So hopefully just get an opportunity to fetch up an Undercity Sewers here. Just looking like that's what's going to be the case. Start to draw into some ideally Thought Seizes. Fatal Push not doing much for me here. I don't really care about it. Third Force of Negation, getting a little bit excessive. Just a bit. Ephemerate. I will counter that. Xavier Savoy, hello, hello. What's up, dude? Yeah, in the end, it was way too shitty of weather to get outside and want to be even just driving over to the shop. Yeah, this hand is pretty interesting. Um, all right, Soul Guide Lantern. Might as well just fire off another one. I will take the Ephemerate in case they grab another Philology Architect. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. Probably still should have just asked, but I just made the assumption that both of us were like, no chance. All right, 7 cards in hand. I don't know what my opponent's really doing. I guess they're maybe trying to go to discard, but I've got their graveyard pretty covered, so I Ephemerate again. While I have the opportunity, I will take a Force of Negation here. Okay, I have to. Okay, so Tainted Indulgence. Do they have Force of Negation? Solitude into the yard. They do have Force of Negation. Okay. That resolves then. And on the trigger, I think I'm going to exile your graveyard now. Only gives you 3 opportunities at something good. You hit nothing. Perfect. Going to ephemerate again. Okay, well, this time you get to keep it. You can have your ephemerate back, I guess. Looping ephemerates is kind of annoying. Spell bomb, fine. All right, this is getting just a tiny bit excessive now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands out of the deck. 7 or 8? 7. Only 16 lands in the deck total. Or I guess no, this is not a land technically. How is my opponent still only on 3 lands? I'm a little confused by this. Another Goyf. Go. Do your thing. Force of negation. Ephemerate again. All right, this is getting a little bit out of hand, but sure. Goryo's Vengeance Atraxa. They grab the Goryo's Vengeance. They don't go for Goryo's Vengeance. Mostly because I have the Soul Guide Lantern in play and it just doesn't do anything, I guess. I can swing in here. If they go to block, I fetch and I also cycle the Street Wraith and get rid of this Archaeologist. Do you think I'm just going to fetch and shock in case I draw Shadow? I'm going to cycle the Street Wraith. Don't want to be hard casting it right now. Another Ephemerate. Keep them coming. Probably grab Prismatic Ending. Nope. Force of Negation. Have to do something or they're going to discard. It's definitely something. Didn't want to force that. Okay. Thoughtseize grows the Goyf, so we Thoughtseize now. Force of Negation. They like something in their hand, so I am going to Stubborn Denial here. Drown or something. Oh goodness. I messed up big time there. Damn it. I thought that was a 4/5 already. Crap. Okay, yep, that resolves. It's possible they just have like hard cast Solitude, which would suck. Just need to find another white source if that's the case. They put a land into the graveyard. Celestial Purge. Going to force that. Okay, 4-turn clock. My opponent has a Goryo's Vengeance. Stern Schooling seems like a pretty darn good draw there. Still a little confused as to what my opponent's doing. 5 cards in hand, not casting anything. They're just going to go for the Gorios now. They have double Gorios, right? Yeah. Yeah, and then I'm just dead. Yeah. Okay. I guess maybe 3 Fatal Push can come out and I'll bring in the Taimyos again. Drawing your entire deck is a pretty powerful thing to do. Yeah, I have to keep this. It's got graveyard interaction. It's got force, a lot of counter spells. I guess I'll bobble. I want both of those things. Try and protect myself from a scammed grief here. So I'll check out what my opponent's drawing. Make a decision. Okay, Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog, I think I just want to be able to straight up counterspell, so I'm going to hold that up. I was very much contemplating getting this Soul Guide Lantern out with Preordain, but seeing as they don't have anything in their graveyards, maybe not as good of a play. Looks like they're just going to go for the Frog here. Oh no, they're going to go for Philology Architect. Okay. Well, I will counter that and then hopefully get the opportunity to Thoughtseize. Would really like to draw land here. Perfect. Thank you, deck. So now I can Thoughtseize. Vengeance, Vengeance. Frog. Well, I guess we're just taking Frog. Preordain. Scolding Counterspell. I want both of those things. And then they can't Gamma Grief. So while I have the opportunity, I'm going to get this down. I think I actually want to exile. No, I'll take their Frog. Goryo's, Flooded Strand, Polluted Delta, unknown card. And they're going for it. So if this is like Teferi, I'm definitely force pitching Stern Scolding. Been very much liking Force of Negation. The ability to tap out and still have interaction up has been huge. There's been a lot of non-creature stuff in the format, so pretty happy with that. So 2 Goryo's Vengeance and an unknown card now. Another Goyf is a great draw. Probably my best draw, actually. 1 force in the main and then 2 in the sideboard. So, yeah, 3 total. And they've been very, very good. Unfortunately, they're unbelievably expensive in paper, especially as foils. Tainted Indulgence. Tainted Indulgence. Yep, you can just have that. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I've been liking them. 3 might be a little bit excessive, but it's been feeling pretty good to just have access to them. I mean, the deck has an insane amount of blue cards in it, so you almost always have the ability to pitch if you need to. And yeah, being able to tap out and have interaction has been pretty huge. All right, so they kept both Goryo's Vengeance. That's interesting. Celestial Purge. I will drown it, mostly because it's possible that I need to get rid of their graveyard and drown the lock becomes completely useless. Okay, so they just have double Celestial Purge. All right, pretty good. Now they just have two Goryo's Vengeance in hand, and I of course draw another Goyf like I never didn't have it. So, all right. Yeah, that was an absolutely ridiculous draw. Force of Negation, won't complain. I just hate that I'm probably going to have to buy into Force of Negation and Taimyo now. This list has been pretty fun, but they are expensive in paper. Between both of them, probably need three of each. It's going to be like $500. I've only got like $100 worth of store credit left. So we'll see about that. Although I do have some stuff I can sell, actually. I do have some stuff I can sell. Hopefully it's still of decent value. I don't know. I'm sure because of Commander and paper, some of that stuff still holds good value, but there's some Lord of the Rings stuff that I opened back in October there when we went to the show or the event. All right. No, preordained does not speed up the clock. What does? Street Wraith would? Okay, well, get a Misty Rainforest anyway. Tainted Indulgence, okay. Still have to discard. They discard a Grief. So they're holding on to these Goryo's Vengeance, even though I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Like they need to find something to, I guess it's only Prismatic Ending and then try and respond with Goryo's Vengeance. But I've got Counterspell Force. Solitude. Going to need another Solitude to pitch. And you do. Okay. This game's not over yet. Damn. Damn, opponent. Well played. Okay, well, seeing as I still have Death Shadows in the deck, we are going to fetch and shock. Yes. Fetch and Undercity Sewers. More value there. Street Wraith. I will top that. And I actually think. So I guess here's the situation. Here's the situation. I can hardcast Street Wraith, crack this Soul Guide Lantern now, because I know the only thing they have in their hands is Goryo's Vengeance. And so realistically, they're going to have to draw insanely hot to be able to do something. My biggest concern is they have a way to Goryo. Well, we're definitely hard casting this because it's just game over. Question of do I just crack this Soul Guide Lantern now? Because what do I lose to? They don't have anything in their graveyard that they can Gorios. So I don't think it makes sense to do it now. Respond to whatever they do that can potentially put something in their graveyard. Yeah. Okay. There's a win. But yeah, no, that shit's pricey. I picked up the frogs, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. I like the frogs. They're sweet cards, but honestly, for where the meta is currently, they don't feel like the best thing for the deck to be doing. I think flipping Tamios, having access to force, drawing most of your deck if you get the opportunity to, is realistically the better thing to be doing right now. Just a little bit more combo-y kind of I win. I mean, you can still obviously lose from alting Tamio, but uh, it just the more I've been playing with various versions of the deck, the more this one does feel better placed to win more continuously. Jason, I will keep this, and I think I'm going to fetch, shock, cycle. No, no, I'm not. I'm gonna preordain. Chances that I get a turn one Death Shadow there so small. Tameo, nice. All right, here we go. Turn two, flip Tameo in action here if my hand doesn't get disrupted. And it will not be getting disrupted. Thank you, Tron. Yeah, I mean Frog is sweet. Frog with Murktide together, honestly, it's a lot of fun, but I feel like you just need to be so mana efficient right now. And there's obviously certain spots where Frog is better than Tameo, but like, yeah, being able to do this shit. So as much as I want to be able to potentially preordain something to the bottom here, there is the chance that I like hit a second Street Wraith and I can get a Death Shadow, which is just better. So I'm gonna take that risk right now. Don't hit it, but hit a force. And there's another Street Wraith. Okay. Um, I don't think I want either of these things. I mean, I can get a 4/4. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna. Geez, we had a lot of Street Wraiths on top. Like, yeah, against Tron on the play, Tamio at this point should more or less win the game unless they're able to do something pretty stupid. I mean, they're going to get Tron on turn three here, obviously, because why not? It's just how the lists are built. Um, I don't think I'm supposed to be. Think I'm supposed to be buying back preordain here. I think I start with a cycle. Oh my god, all four street race or no, three street race. I put one to the bottom. Cycle, bobble, eh? I'm gonna bobble myself here. I basically want to see if preordain's going to Blood Chief's Thirst, so it's not likely to draw me into a blue source. Damn. I actually think I'm supposed to be holding up Force of Negation here, which is pretty rough to say. I mean, there's the argument, I guess, of putting like preordain in hand, playing the shadow, and having force pitch available to me, but I don't know. At least so far, this doesn't look like the Eldrazi version, so I gotta kind of hope that's the case. Seven mana. Whoa, what the hell are we doing here? Urza's Incubator. Creature spells of the chosen type cost 2 less to cast. I mean, I don't really know what's going on. I'm gonna force that. It's a spell I can actually force. This is like a Karn to follow it up or something. I can Blood Chief's Thirst it. Oh, we just have Thought-Knot Seer. All right, so it is Eldrazi Tron. They just had Tron. Fatal Push would be a great draw. Maybe I'm supposed to buy back Force of Negation. No, that can't be right. They have another Thought-Knot Seer. That's terrible. I am just going to hopefully not die to a Smasher or something. Man, I can't believe I might actually lose this game. Well, there's a shadow, so I just need my opponent to whiff pretty hard. This Chalice of the Void. Oh, baby. All right, well, at least it's still looking like I get to draw half of my deck. Not Seer. Joke's on you, buddy. None of those mattered. All right, so Jason here looks like he's a little bit new to Tron. You could sequence that in a way that he got the map out, but no problem. We'll take it. Um, so we're almost definitely hitting Fatal Push when we draw half of our deck, but let's start by fetching Island. Boom. I don't think I've ever done this myself personally. I've seen other people do it, but I have not done it. All right, so we can bounce the Chalice. This is wild. All right. Give me a second to figure out what's going on. Cast Bauble. Yeah, we are bouncing Chalice, casting Fatal Push, putting out Shadow. My opponent is drawing Expedition map, so not well. That back in your hand. cast a push. Actually, do I cast push now? Yeah, I've got another sink to stupor, so makes sense to cast push now. And then get my shadow down. Okay. This is ridiculous. I could only imagine doing this in paper. My force of negation is in the graveyard, so I don't have access to any forces. Expedition map, they've learned their lesson. Then they get like Urza Saga. Cavern of Souls. Okay, that makes sense. Nice 19 hand grip here. This is hilarious. Sure. And then Chalice on something. Chalice on one again. Yep. So I'm thinking it's going to be bounce Chalice again. What did I draw? Street Wraith. This is overwhelming. So I can shock myself down to one. Do they play Ballista? I guess that's my only concern. Yeah. Yeah, the smart thing to do is shock myself down to one. Bounce. Well, no, I don't even need to bounce, do I? I dismember you. And then I've got plus a Taimyo. Swing for 12. And even if they have like a Reality Smasher or something, I've got John the Lock that has that covered. So, or sink into stupor. A lot of options. All right, flip Taimyo, turn 2. That is how you play the game. I can understand why people find that extremely satisfying because it was. That was awesome. Consign to memory. Gonna bring in dress downs. They can just like sneak through if you get a Death Shadow out. They're probably on the ring, so I don't mind trying Shouldered here. I've got enough cuts. Yeah, I've got enough cuts that I think I'm fine with that. I mean, ban power plant. Get it the fuck out of here. Nobody likes you, power plant. We'll do Bobble, Wraith Trim, and maybe I only do one dress down. They didn't show me an Urza Saga. I assume they have it. Unbanned Twin. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if Nadu's fine, Twin is is very fine. But Nadu's not going to be fine. If Nadu lasts, oh yo, it's Gordo. I didn't realize Gordo was here. Friggin' Tron loser. You Tron loser, Gordo. Uh, We really need to get the boys together for some tabletop magic. We keep saying it, but we got to figure out a day. Yeah, Mr. Tron. Guess we'll dump a drown in the lock. It can be pretty bad here. Low battery on my headphones. Get out of here. Well, we'll see how long they last. Oh, this is a phenomenal opening hand. Yeah, we got a couple of Tron perverts in the chat. Just a couple of guys that would suck off Emrakul's tentacles. Devourer of Destiny. Actually, so turn off auto yield seal here because I want to be able to cycle Street Wraith and potentially hit Force of Negation if they have Chalice on one or something. Big spaghetti guy. Slurps it back. Expedition map. Cycle a Street Wraith. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I forgot I had Taimyo in hand. Damn it. That was such a waste. That was such a waste. What a doofus. All right, well, gonna lead on a Thoughtseize here. Mine power plant tower. All right, so they just have Natty-Tron. Um, so I guess I just want to take this Thought-Knot Seer. Or do I really care about Thought-Knot Seer? I think I just want this Devourer of Destiny. I've got Counterspell available to me. Plus Dismember. I mean, yeah, I'm laughing. My opponent ain't doing shit. Right, so Taimyo goes out, Bobble goes out, I Bobble in their turn. I flip Taimyo next turn. Gordo, how's life been treating you, man? It's been a little while. Hopefully you're well. The family's well. Tower. Sign. Or JSON. He could have went and got that Cavern of Souls. Nice to hear. That's great to hear, man. Very happy to hear life is good. The kid's doing well, nice and healthy, living its best life. You may not have heard yet, but I am also to become a father. The wife is pregnant, expected at the end of the year. What a good draw that was. Okay. Let's fetch islands. Oh yeah, Zav, I guess you didn't know that either, eh? Yeah. I don't know why I just assumed that you were aware of that. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you guys. Trying to enjoy the last bits of summer and Magic that I'll probably be able to play for quite a long time. For all of my waking hours are dedicated to raising a little baby child. All right, so preordain. Oh shit, no, damn it. I'm supposed to swing with Taimyo first to get a token. I'm so new to this. I'm so freaking new to this. Damn it. All right, so I will Thought Seize you here. Reality Smasher, bye bye. And basically, at this point, I'm just living the dream, unless they obviously rip, classic Tron stuff off the top here. So, Ugins Labyrinth, something. Oh no. Oh, okay. Oh, do I get to counterspell this? Consigned to memory. What a card. We are still looking on the Rive Sud, and that's actually going to have to happen sooner rather than later, given that her due date is December 29th. So, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Um, Definitely need to get into a house. This one bedroom apartment is not cutting it, to say the least. My opponent is drawing a power plant. Preordain. I will bottom Street Wraith. I guess I just bottom the Watery Grave. Yeah. Nethergoyf, go. Yeah, so I think we're pretty confident we're likely going to buy. I don't know if you know that like development over by the school. I think we talked about it once, but like that actual new spot where there's active development happening. I think we're going to buy one of the new ones there, uh, and hopefully look to move in for October or November. So have to come by and say hello when we make that move, get settled in, Nethergoyf, Nethergoyf. Pretty good. Maybe I'm supposed to take up Tamia there. If they draw all his dust, that's a problem. Or tick down Taimyo, I mean. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. It has hexproof from each color. Yeah. Uh, Damn. That's a hell of a noodle boy right there. Noodle boy, no noodle girl, noodle it, noodle they. I don't know what the heck that thing is, but it's just doing its own thing. All right. So I still just pump this up. Play another Goyf. Going to dismember this other. Yeah, just hang out. Does Annihilator 2? Yeah, damn, that's really good. That's pretty good. Um, hang back. Presumably they attack, otherwise Taimyo survives. Well, it's gonna survive anyway. The heck is this? Oh, it's Eldrazi. Smasher? Oh, it might be like all this dust. Yeah. Yep. They thought they could cast out the Cavern of Souls, but they cannot. Annihilator a 2. Okay, so we can probably just do Goyf, land, block here. I don't see why nothing doesn't die. Yep. Okay. And we're off to the races. Give me all of the cards, please. Land, cast a bauble. Probably fine to cast a shadow. Swing for 5. Go ahead, opponent. Have you been playing any other games, Gord? I've seen you online a couple of times, I think, on maybe not the Switch. I feel like it was maybe like Steam or something. Do I even have you on Steam? Do you have Steam? I forget where I saw your name popping up, but let's get you out of here. Pay 2. What are you drawing? Drawing a map. Oh, yeah, that's right. I probably saw like what you were playing on Discord. Yep, yep, yep. Have you picked up anything from the new set? Shadow. All right, Noodle Boy's down. Keep it going. Marty. This is turn 2 Taimyo potential. Probably not anymore, seeing as it's likely to get bolted or something. So we'll have to lead on the Thoughtseize. Oh, the One Ring. Spell Pierce. Okay. Okay. Cast a couple of baubles. Say go. I will look at one. Figure out what I'm up against here. Preordain. Okay. It's clear that my Taimyo survives, then I will crack this other bauble. Oh, Watery Grave. Frog. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to drown that frog. Wouldn't think you could drown a frog, but in this universe you can. Okay. Getting a little bit ridiculous here. Die, frog. Do you have force of negation? Oh, they put deep analysis. Okay, so they're just playing the list. I really don't like it. Deep analysis is such a bad card. All right. Bowmasters. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Oh, they're going for deep analysis instead. Interesting. I guess they, okay, they just don't have lands. So that works. I'll just play out Taimyo, have counterspell up, say go. Yeah, I wonder if rings are actually going to get banned. They kind of hold a lot of mediocre decks together. Preordain, go ahead. Like the amount of decks that I've run into online that just end up getting there because they looped a bunch of rings together. Otherwise, they were just dead on board. It's pretty bullshit. I mean, Nadu is definitely the top ban target at this point. It is everywhere. Even when people are prepared for it, it is just an obnoxious, obnoxious card. Frog survives. Well, sorry, it resolves, will not survive. And discard the other deep analysis. Okay. Swing with Taimyo. Put out a Goyf. Go ahead. Ideally, if they're going to ban some stuff and try and like make the format better, I think realistically you've got to look at like the One Ring, Grief, and probably, well, definitely Nadu. No question about Nadu. But otherwise, it's Ring and Grief, I think, in my mind, that are the next biggest defenders. Put the sewers down. I will take a Thoughtseize. Doesn't grow the Goyf, but they have Fatal Push. Do they have a second Fatal Push? Looks like they do. Oh, smells in here. Okay. Yep. Um, yep. That's gonna have to be able to resolve. Not sees you. Bowmaster drown. So I don't think I really care about Bowmaster all that much. Yeah, it's a blocker over 2 turns, but fetch, shock, draw card. Go ahead. Oh yeah, prowess, huh? That's what's speaking to you. Right. Swing for the 5. It's a pretty sweet deck. Is it the Gruul prowess list that was in the Pro Tour? Preordain. Yeah, it's a pretty sick list. Preordain or no, consider. They're digging. Is this gonna be drown? Sure. Well, looks like we're going with a hardcast street raid. That boy's got Swamp Walk. He doesn't give a shit. Do you have all the pieces for it? I don't even know if it even really plays any new cards. I guess probably Slick Shot Show Off, I think. Shieldred. Uh, Force, why not? Buster Storm, Stern Scolding. Trim on both. Are they pretty pricey? I've never had to really look at them because it's not in any of the decks that I would consider playing. Actually, I only pretty much play Dimir Shadow now, but I feel like they're probably a decent chunk of change for, a rare from a standard set. Definitely going to keep this. Just want as much threat density as I can. Preordain. 13 to 15. That's not too bad. Guess I want to cycle now. Play the Nethergoyf. Man, Nethergoyf has been a massive upgrade for a deck like this. Being able to get a 1-drop down that's an actual threat to someone's life total makes such a big change in how you can play a matchup. I heal spell bomb. Okay, well, that's one way to deal with another Nethergoyf. Going to let me hit you for 2. Resolve another Goyf, say go. So they draw a card here, 0/1s. I guess Orcish Bowmaster is a bit of a problem here. Yep. Any of you guys played the new DLC slash expansion of Shadows? Or I guess Shadows of the Erd Tree? Because I've got it downloaded, ready to go, but I have yet to find time or really the desire to want to jump in. Goodness gracious here. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty fair. Okay, swinging or two. Probably going to end up being 0, but maybe not. I guess not. Put another Nethergoyf out. It's nothing but Nethergoyfs, and they've got all the answers. This counterspell? I guess. So what do you have? Exile Graveyard. No. Yeah. Exile Graveyard, draw a card, Bowmaster probably. If they have it, it's a strong play. Okay. There we go. Just gonna hang back, pull up counterspell. I will. Guess I won't do anything. If I find a fetch land, then we're good. Oh, that's not a fetch land. Okay, so I'll hold off for one more turn. Realistically, go for a fatal push on this Orc Army token. Oh, well, looks like I'm gonna get to respond to something. Oh, is this Murktide region? Yeah, so counterspell. They probably have some type of interaction. What's the mat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in the yard. So I kind of need to Thoughtseize here. Damn. Okay. So yeah, Thoughtseize, Preordain, counterspell, of course. Preordain finds trash. There's a land. So by Fetch and Shock. I guess if they go for like Frog, what can they 1, 2, they need 2. So I gotta hang back for 1 here. Don't have Frog. I would participate in the conversation, but I know nothing about WoW. Alright. Little confused by this one opponent. Oh, dude, don't worry about it. No stress at all. Um, Absolutely no stress at all. I go down to 1. I push your Psychic Frog. Consider. Interesting. Okay, so as long as they don't have Force of Negation, I think I'm okay. Oh, they have that. Okay. Fatal Push. Uh, Cast, destroy. And now I just have to hope that they don't have Fatal Push, Drown a Lock. Could have Subtlety. Yeah, Subtlety into Consider. Damn. Okay. Maybe I'll bring 1 Soul Guide Lantern. Alright, so lead on Thoughtseize, have Taimyo for next turn. Hopefully ensure that it dodges some removal for a couple of turns, but that's unlikely. Spell Bomb, Murktide Regent, Murktide Regent. Yeah, we're just gonna take the Spell Bomb here and hope my opponent just gets nowhere. Go Taimyo. Undercity Sewer puts Preordain into the yard. That's interesting. Fatal Push. Nope. A Undercity Sewers goes into my graveyard. Swing. consider. Sure. Zav, do you know if Zach's playing? I imagine not. If I feel like if you're not playing, he's not playing, you know? You boys are a package deal. We will flip Taimyo here. Playing sorry, playing World of Warcraft. Opponent is free to go for Murktide region, which sucks. Okay, what the actual fuck? Yeah, I can imagine how that would go if he told the wife that he was. Oh no, I knew that was in the hand. Okay, that he was going to be delaying it so that he could get some gains in. You know. Consider. Oops, sorry. All right, well, I am dead to just my opponent having every Murktide region in their deck. So that sucks. Oh wow, a fatal push. Look how, and then a land. I was never coming close to winning this game. My God. All right, well, I gotta head out. Gotta go pick up the wife from her girls' night. But appreciate you boys hanging out. Nice to have Xavier and Gordo in the room. And we'll have to continue to discuss getting together at some point. I think everyone's got pretty busy summers, but it sounds like the shop boy, the shop troll really wants people to swing by. So it's true. I haven't been there, so we should probably get over there and see if we can have a nice little night with the dirty little pervert. Nice chatting with you boys. Enjoy your evenings and the rest of your week, and we'll probably catch you sometime, hopefully in the very near future. Ciao, Ligo.